Well. This is weird. First of all, is everything working? I hope it is. Here, 1 second. Gotta check. Oh, I didn't turn off DVR. Fuck me. Whatever. Just can't do anything bad today. How's everybody doing? Gotta check. Wait, hold up. Is it good? No, it's good. It's good. Oh, man. It's working, right? Yeah, it's good. Hey, everybody. Today's interesting. How do I talk about this? So things may not look different here. Everything's the same, really. I assume it looks the same. To me, it looks wildly different, though, and it's for one very big reason. That's not the reason, but I wish I did a special stream for this instead of it being an Ace Attorney stream. Well, today is a special stream because we're gonna finish the game, but today is the first stream on my new computer. Let me just make sure everything works. First stream on a new PC. And to be freaking honest, I don't know how to feel about it. I feel really like not conflicted, but very like empty. I feel like I'm less excited than I should be about it. But actually a big downside to today's stream is I only have one monitor. And I basically I've been going through my day, like the past 12 hours without it, and it sucks. I want another monitor right now. Let me hook up a second one, please. At least number 2. I don't know how people do this. Like, I know Boy played with only one monitor for the longest time. How do you do this? And he didn't even get a second monitor. You know what he got? He got the drawing tablet that has the screen on it, and he uses that as a second monitor. But he also draws on it. How do you do this? So after the stream yesterday, right? I like looked around. I was like, maybe I should clean up some stuff. I didn't. I fell asleep real quick. And when I woke up at like 9, I heard a knock at my door, and I opened it, and Oni was like, "Hey, here you go," and he gave me the computer immediately, and I was like, "Wow." I'm like, I know you ended stream like a bit ago, probably when I was asleep, but like, I didn't have anything set up. Like, my desk still had all my laptop and like all the other stuff on it, and I was like, yeah, let me just throw everything off. Not throw everything off. Like, my laptop is still okay, right? But yeah, I took everything off. I put it on. It was very scuffed. All the wires are still kind of everywhere for today's stream. Like, maybe me taking my little break might be more justified than I thought, just for me to set in. Because there's a few things that I want to do, right? Well, I don't want to talk about that too much, because realistically, I don't have any plans for a quote unquote like break, right? But bare minimum, got a new PC. I only have one monitor, and and until I get a new monitor, I'm gonna not hate it because this computer is very nice, right? But not having another monitor is gonna suck, and I have to like order like a new like port for it or something. Because for some reason, I don't know what it is about the graphics card on this thing, right? Only has one port for HDMI. There's 4 ports on it. One of them is HDMI. The rest of them are display ports. So I have to get a display port thing, and then I have to attach it to another HDMI, and then attach it to my. I have another like TV on a stand that I'll use. And that also brings a question, right? What the fuck am I gonna do about my laptop, right? I've talked about this before, right? But I didn't think it'd come so soon. You know what I mean? Like I talked about having a second, if I had ever had like a second computer, right? And it was out of not necessity because my laptop was still working. I would make my laptop my work laptop, and then all the streaming stuff and like all my like the Hase stuff, right, would be on my whatever this PC is, right? And it's happened. And you know what? I'm so comfortable with my setup. Hold up. Immediately going into like you might fuck up territory. I'm so comfortable that give me a second. Fucking boom. I will put this below my model. Wow. I'm so comfortable with putting this stuff up. And there's nothing here like that'll like get me like in trouble anywhere. Like seriously. You could just see my look at this. Look at it. Don't mind the background. It's as much as it hurts me to say this, it is temporary. I haven't figured that out yet. But wow. That this is okay with me. I'm not going to open my Google Chrome though. Like Google Chrome is kind of where it becomes shady. You know, if I ever have to like search anything up, you know what I should do? I should make like a tab for Google, but have it be under incognito. Yeah. Incognito doesn't count as like its own window? That sucks. But yeah, there you go. You do see all my bookmarks, so I don't have anything bad here though. Do I? I don't, right? Yeah, I don't. Fucking opened it without even like checking it. Yo, fucking I was just about to talk about this. I I just happened to scroll upon this. I wasn't specifically looking for it. Look at these nice nature cards. Look at these sleeves. Isn't this art so cool? Kito Sono Sakie. That's what it says right there. Pack of 60. I think they're Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh no, they're standard. Yu-Gi-Oh is Japanese size cards, right? Per nice. I wonder what kind of game I would play. That would make me want to buy these. Because I was going to be like, oh, you know, commander deck. A horse commander deck. Is there a green horse commander? I'd build that, but I'm not gonna spend fucking what is that $46 on it? You kidding me? And then plus like shipping or something is probably like $75. Fuck that. But yeah, I've never felt more comfortable. You know what I mean? Fucking show everything. Look, even my cursor's nice nature. You guys know that already. Banger. What is it like looking into Inception? I always see like content creators like always sharing their screen and not being scared to like leak anything. How do they do that? I can't fucking go onto my I can't go onto my regular like browser and with a good conscience like that. You know what I mean? Cuz the one thing that I'm thinking about, right, is like for some of like the searching stuff on some of the searching stuff on Google, they have like the when you try to type in it, it gives you like the suggestions or like the autofill below it where it's like, "Oh, you typed in this before. Maybe this is what you're looking for, right?" And like some of that stuff is so doxy for me. I know you can clear it out. I just haven't. But yeah, I'm just not going to risk it. It's too risky for me. So, I'm okay with this. You can just stare at the nice nature sleeves. Medro. You're missing a letter. There you go. But yeah, I basically spent all of my time, almost all my time yesterday and like this morning like configuring everything. Exporting everything was really easy in terms of it was really easy in terms of exporting all the scenes, bringing it back in. I didn't have to like actually manually make everything, thank God. I just put it on a flash drive, imported it in. All my files were on my flash drives too, so I wasn't like super pressed for anything. But you know what I am pressed for, and I did touch on this earlier? Fucking space. I got no space. This computer's huge. It's a fucking like it's like two concrete like bricks like stacked on top of each other. You know what I'm talking about? Like those not actual like red bricks, but like the gray concrete ones that have the two holes in them. There's like that. Like two of those stacked on top of each other, and then you put it on your desk. That's how thick and big it is. It takes so much space on my desk. I was really like, if I'm being honest, I really wanted it to be on the floor. But the way my setup is right now, not happening. And it's loud too. So I'll be rocking with this for the next little bit. It being loud doesn't really mind. I don't really mind it. My headphones are on most of the time, right? But man, I gotta start learning about actual computer maintenance, right? Like actually, I might have to open this up and like I might have to do like maintenance, which is scary. Computer maintenance is so much scarier than laptop maintenance, even though like maybe my laptop maybe my laptop was it might be may or may not be more expensive. Yo, what's up? Fo? What do I call you? How you doing? But yeah, I fucking new computer, stream stuffs. It happened way earlier than I thought it would. And now we're vibing. It's weird though. Fucking setting everything up for the stream was the most annoying part. So I woke up at 9. My brother gave me the computer. I took 2 hours to set everything up, and then I went into call, and then we started playing a turn over turn. And I think for both me and my brother, that was just to test like how a game would feel. I had already like, thank God I had found like the, I don't know if it was like just, and if it's an account thing or if my brother plays with this. Does my I don't know if my brother play with mouse acceleration? That shit sucks. I like I immediately I turned on my computer, right? And I was like, okay. Time to oh, it's Valve, right. I can't believe I forgot. I feel like every time you take a large break and then come back, you change. You always change. Jesus. But yeah. Sorry, I got a little curious. I was like, I feel like I should know you. I do. Sorry. But yeah. What was I talking about? Yeah, it was just to like test things. And it's great. But my brother, hopefully it's just an account thing and not that my brother plays with mouse acceleration. Because if he does, I'm about to bust into that room and like be like, hey, turn that off. Yo, fucking, I wish, yo, the more I think about how I didn't remember your name, the more I'm like, yo, YouTube has to switch back. YouTube has to switch back to just using your names. I don't want to look at fucking your tags, all your tags. I don't know. This happens. I think this is with all of my viewers, right? All your tags are different from your actual names. Like Ambrosius isn't Ambrosia. Cerseus is Cerseus, but then he has numbers after his, which is annoying. Like Sock isn't Sock. Sonomy isn't Sonomy. Boy is the same, but you have annoying numbers after your name too. And I need, give me back display names, man. I miss it. I miss it every day. Stop trying to. Twitch doesn't even do this. Well, Twitch doesn't do like the whole tag thing. They just do names. Twitter does this, right? The whole display name and then tag name. Annoying. That's what it is. Annoying. So yeah. Also you might notice that my mic is a bit different today. I just turned it down. I turned it down a tad just so maybe it'll sound different. I don't know. I was always kind of unhappy with my audio before, but I'm always unhappy with my audio, so who knows? But maybe this is a better change. Maybe it isn't. Who knows? Well. Right? But yeah. There were some when it came to transferring things over from my computer. First of all, the plan is for the PC versus the laptop. I'm still gonna use both. But like I say, I'm gonna use the laptop for work, and then I'm gonna use the PC for all the streaming stuff. Mainly because the PC is technically stronger than my laptop. Well, it's a PC first of all, right? But spec wise, that's a good question actually. That's a good point. I don't know anything about graphics cards or like CPUs. I just know that this computer has 32 gigs of RAM, which is what I had promised when I or what I thought I had promised when I first initially bought the RAM before it fucking started skyrocketing. And then I found out that I only had 24 and I needed to buy two two sticks instead of just one. But yeah, I have 32 gigs in this now, which means I could do fucking anything. That means I could like stream and listen to music. I'm streaming right now and it's only using 37% of my memory. Isn't that crazy? That's like resting. That's resting memory. That's crazy to me. It's using a higher percent of my CPU than my memory. I am so like I feel like a bimbo, you know what I mean? Like like a caveman discovering fire for the first time. That's what I felt when I first got the RAM upgrade, right? But even now I feel even like more powerful. This is how people were living? I had to min-max the fuck out of this shit. You know what I mean? I couldn't watch YouTube and play a video game at the same time. I could barely run Monster Hunter Wilds without crashing. Now I can probably play Monster Hunter Wilds and like listen to a video. I could probably stream Monster Hunter Wilds. That's a good idea, but it's really big. And one of the big problems about this computer that actually my brother had, because I knew he had a fuck ton of these, is that it doesn't have much space. Unfortunately, it only has one terabyte SSD, which back then it was like, oh, the terabyte. When are you ever gonna use a terabyte? Dog, games are fucking reaching 100 gigs nowadays, or depending on the game. Eternal Return is like only like 6, right? And probably what's gonna happen is I'm only gonna play the games that I know we're gonna play, like Eternal, and then all the series, right? And that's it, right? But that means I can't I have more space on my laptop than I do the computer, which it further justifies my kind of decision to do like only work on the laptop, because some things require a lot of big files, specifically the video editing. Those VODs are a fucking ugh. Some of them are as small as like 2 to 3 gigs, and then some of them are as big as 10 gigs. I think the biggest is like 7 or 8 gigs because they cap out at 12 hours. But like, you know what I mean? Like when I make a VOD, it's like a commitment to a storage space, and then I'm like, okay. But then I want to keep like a physical drive of all my stuff, you know? I want to keep I want to keep like an SSD or like a, if there are like really big flash drives, even just that is fine, because then I could just like plug it in and then export it into another drive and then it load faster, right? I'd love that. That'd be cool. Because what if at some point I get into a fucking scam, right? And YouTube is like, you fucked up. I'm gonna ban you. You know what I mean? Which sucks. If that happens, Jesus Christ. That is absolutely like my worst nightmare. I can't imagine that. Actually, yes, I can. I've had nightmares about it. All my progress being gone. I didn't have that nightmare last night. I did have a nightmare though. I had a weird nightmare last night. Yeah, so we played Eternal Return until like 2 or 3 in the morning. Really late for a Wednesday night. Cuz we usually stop when boy goes to sleep because he has work on weekdays. Well, we went we went to sleep at like 2. And then we were talking about Eternal Return a bit with Percy. And I didn't fall asleep until like super later, like 4 or 5 o'clock. But I did get like 3 hours of sleep. I'm not like, surprisingly, I'm not super tired today, just because yesterday I had like the semi like sleep slash nap, so I'm not too like choked up on it. But maybe I'll feel it later. But yeah, I had the weirdest dream last night. I kind of have this like reoccurring theme when it comes to dreams, where it starts as like a like walking around in an arcade, and then I got lost and I was by myself, like a really big arcade. Like if it felt like almost a mall of arcade machines. or like a convention center of arcade machines. That's a better way to put it. And I was like, oh, this is great. And then something happens where I get chased, and I'm like, okay. And then I don't remember anything after that. And then it cut to another scene where I was like waiting in line, and we were like waiting in like this weird construction site, and there was like sand on the ground, and we were barefoot for some reason. And I was waiting in line. One of the boys was behind me. I don't know who. I don't remember who. But what ended up happening was I was like, yeah, I'm really worried about like bugs coming up. Like I don't want to get like bit in the foot or something, right? Something might happen, right? And I see a tarantula like walk by, and I'm like, oh no, that's not good. Yeah, there's a real big chance that something like that's gonna happen. And then I feel a prick on my toe, and I'm like, what's that? And I look at it. I can't see it clearly, right? But I do like the blur that's at my foot, because what's happened is like there's like this little like splotch on like the base of my like of one of my toes on my left foot, and I was like, what is that? And I was like, oh, damn it, it happened. I got bit by a bug, but then I looked at it closer, and I was like, wait, that bug's not alive. And what ended up happening was there was I noticed that the bug wasn't alive, and then I looked up, and then there was a guy who was like standing like a foot or two away from me that had these. So you know how some people, right? They like collect. Is it called taxidermied bugs? No, like dead bugs. They have like the book of like oppressed bugs or whatever, or like the cases of bugs. And you know how they use those needles to like spread their wings or something? That's what this guy was doing. He in each bug, right? In like the center of like their abdomen, if you could imagine like a general bug shape. In the center of their abdomen, in the middle of all their legs, there was a single needle, and that needle was pierced through their body, and they were like halfway up the needle. What he was doing is he was like not like throwing them or not even like aiming them. He was like flicking them. He was flicking them, but not like forcefully flicking, like a like a say you flick say you flick someone's forehead with your middle finger thumbnail, right? Right, which very right. You do it as hard as you can. Just lighten it so that it's graceful. It's like that. He was doing that. And what it was doing, right, is that the bugs, what they were doing is that they were falling like near him, like near the ground in the sand, needle first. And one of those, I don't know if he was like trying to aim for like my feet, right? But one of the needles ended up pricking me in my toe, right? And I was like, ow, and it was stuck on my toe. And I was like, ow, that hurt, man. And he's like, he didn't say anything. We just looked at each other, and I'm like, oh fuck. And like instinctually, I start running. I start running like there was like this hallway. There's this hallway that I was running down, and it was like kind of, you know how like there are scenes, right? In like an anime or like Japanese, like you imagine yourself in a Japanese like old like suburb house, not a suburb house, but like a rural, that's the right word, rural house. And it's like the paper straw doors. You know how they do those scenes where it's like paper straw doors opening like one at a time, they're like cascading like that. That was happening. And I was running through each door, and I was like, fuck, gotta get out of here. And eventually I did like quote unquote like escape him. Like he stopped chasing me. But then I like entered like another scenario where it changed to like a really like fancy not museum, really fancy hotel. And it was really big. It was like purple, and it was obviously very like lavish, and it was like weird like extended corridors attached to like each other's rooms. So one room would lead into another room. There was no sense of privacy in this hotel. but you know, it's a dream, so it didn't it didn't matter. And I was like, "Fuck, I had this other feeling in my head where like, fuck, I gotta get out of here. I'm still being chased. I don't know by who, but the scenario that had gone through my mind at that point is like I was some kind of like how, I was some kind of like a I don't know how to say this, sex worker. Because the scenario that was going through my mind, right, or like what I was thinking was like, oh fuck, my pimp is gonna come and fucking like bitch slap me. I gotta get out of here. This is my chance. And then I started like walking down because I was like on like the 100th floor of this whatever this hotel was. And but instead of like going down and taking the elevator, there were like spiral stairs and like I was jumping over like fences onto other floors. And I was like, I gotta get out of here. Oh fuck. And it was stressful. It felt like I was constantly looking for the way out, but then I eventually did. And then it led into like this big like walled off area. It was like a big square. And I was like, "Oh, I remember. I'm from like the League of Angels or whatever the fuck." And I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" And then I walked out and that's where my dream ended, I think. Yeah. There's a whole world outside these walls and I walked out. And there was this thing about like an angel, and I was like an angel race. I don't know what it was. But yeah, that was my dream last night. And I was only asleep for like 2 hours. Thank God I woke up though. I didn't want to fall asleep. I didn't want to fall back asleep after that. It really not fucked with me, but it really like you know, it was exhausting going through so many different scenarios. But yeah, woke up, went downstairs, ate, came back up, watched videos. Uh, I I want to say do some work, but realistically, I really didn't. Cause here's the thing, when I'm on the PC, right, I can't one, I can't work on videos or two work on music. So that only leaves like writing, and I have not been like planning things recently. I'll tell you what. I haven't even worked on like the next video that I want to work on. That's kind of one of the things that I want to do when if I take this break, which I'm gonna keep talking about. I want to make it a reality, and the only way to make it a reality is if I keep talking about it. But like you know, having like a good process of like looking into or like finding clips in these streams, because that's kind of the biggest thing when it comes to streams or stream clips. I don't fuck one. They're kind of a hassle to put together, especially if I can't think of like a especially as if I can't think of a way to like present it like immediately, right? And two, VOD scrubbing is a you know, you can't watch your own streams. You can. You can fucking like plan you can like learn, you can. And if you really love yourself, you'll enjoy it. I don't. I don't do it. It's annoying. It really is. Straight up. I sit there and I'm like, okay. Especially if I'm watching like old VODs. No, I can't do it. I hate it. And that's why I don't do it. That's why there hasn't been a clip in like a couple weeks. I don't feel like I don't feel like I don't want to do it. Straight up. But yeah, that's my feeling on that. And yeah, that's basically. Is there anything else that I have to talk about? Is there anything else that I can talk about? Realistically, not really. My the last 24 hours have been not hectic, but have been so like focus is not the right word either, but so jarring. Like I haven't locked in. Like I need like a moment to like sit back and like really take in this decision, or not the, but this reality. No. You know, I would love, because the thing is about my setup, right? Now that the PC's in, my laptop is kind of just free floating right now. I'm constantly picking it up and putting it down, which is not a good thing. Um my my laptop is a delicate baby. I treat her with the utmost respect and care, right? I've been doing so for the past long time, right? And me picking her up and putting her down is not helping her. So I want to have like a permanent place for her, but there's like I have to think about one like where, because I'm on record to say this, but my room's small. It's fucking tiny. I have such a tiny room, so I can't have like too many things in here. But it's also a positive just because if I do like do it properly, it'll be like nice and compact, and I'll fucking love it, right? But that's not what's happening. So I need to find a space to put my laptop, and where it could be like accessible, and I'm able to like switch it with the what's the right word? The what's the word I'm thinking of? The dream? The best thing that could happen, or like the mecca, right? The dream situation, right, would be to have it so like it's perpendicular to the desk, to my desk right now. And what that would mean is like I could turn like to my left and like start using it there, right? And start using my laptop there, and I could use them like simultaneously. I have two different systems, right? One for working, one for streaming. And that's probably for the best. But there's so little space that I can't really even like plan that out. Actually, I kind of can. So since I feel so comfortable, hold up. We're gonna do this real quick because oh my god. Oh my god. Hold up, give me a second. I'm not comfortable anymore. Oh my god, I haven't seen this picture in so fucking long. I did try to be an 8-bit. I tried to do 8-bit. I wish I could save this. I want to save this picture. Oh my god. Sorry. I just got fucking like punted with like not nostalgia, but like the cringe version of nostalgia. Just like something I did in the past just cuz I should log out. Okay. So, let me just hold on. Just make sure everything is nice and still works, all right? God damn it. Oh god, not having two monitors is gonna fucking kill me. Alright. I just hope, yeah, you guys can see this, right? What the fuck? Why are you using that? There you go. All right. Oh, my correction's not right. There's 12 sounds good, right? Yeah, 12 is good. All right. So, imagine I'm going to make this smaller. Imagine my room is set up like this. This is my room. You see me fucking checking. All right. This is my room. My door is right here. This is my door. It like juts out. Well, it's not good. Juts out like kind of. No, that's super jut. Like this. Oh, I didn't make it on a different thing. Fine. Whatever. I just. It's gonna tick me off if it. Yeah, down here is fine. All right. Wait, hold up. Then it's gonna be transparent. Fuck. Shit. Oh, this is. God damn it. This is fine. I'm still getting to used to it. Trust. All right. So imagine this is my door. It's very small. It doesn't like go all the way, but it's here, right? This is what my setup is, right? Door to my room, and actually above it, right, is my indoor like closet, right here. This has all my like clothes, right? All right. This is my closet. This is clothes. All right. This is. Bear with me. This is bed. This is the biggest waste of space in my room. This is so much of my room. And it's only because my mother really insisted on having these really nice like bed frames. And I'll tell you what, it's only been a nuisance. Really, it has. I don't know why I agreed to it, but this giant thing is my bed, right? All right, and let's go over the rest of my stuff. So I have a window here actually. So this is a window. My only window. This is the outside to my backyard. Window. Below it, right? There's like a space here where it's just like anonymous stuff. Like not anonymous, but like some storage things. Like I keep my bags here. I don't want to write it. Bags. I keep my bags here. I keep my brother's. I'm gonna say mags, even though it's gonna sound bad. I keep my the mags, right? The magazines. They're Game Informer magazines that my brother used to have or sign up for back when he was younger. And there was one day where he was gonna like throw them out, and I was like, no, and I kept them. Right? I keep my bags. I keep the mags, and I also keep my shoes here. Because I keep my shoes in my room. So whenever I wear them outside, or whenever I have to go out, I just grab them from my room and I put them downstairs. Right? That's here. If you want more details, hold up. This is some funny stuff. The puzzle is actually here. Puzzle's right here. It's like against the wall, and also I have a light here. All right. So next to that, right, you go a bit further, you get a small like drawer. This drawer has a lot of tech stuff in it. A lot of tech stuff. It has my underwear and boxers, and it has my socks. This is just a drawer. Right? That's a drawer. Just small, tiny, keep stuff in it. And then I also keep like skincare and like some other like anonymous stuff on top of it. Like ramen bottles. Like these ramen bottles that I've had for like a couple years. I keep them like my collection. I should really throw them out. My father really wants me to throw them out, but I've had them for so long that it's just like sunk cost. Even though there's no cost. Just throw them out. Okay, but and next to that, right? After that, it juts out a little bit more. Next to that is like a coffee table. Basically, it's a coffee table. Or well, I don't know, like a side, whatever people use on like the side of their like bed. You know what I mean? Like the bed drawer. A big, like it's a bigger drawer. Big drawer. It's just a bigger drawer. That's what this is, right? And this one I keep a bunch of anonymous stuff. My pants. It's also shirt storage for me. For like old shirts though, only old shirts. And on top of that is like fucking a lot of things. Like I keep my lamp on this one. I keep card storage in this one. Like all my card game stuff is on here. I keep a candle. I keep my Switch on there. Like I have a pretty messy room. Now that I think about it. Also, you have to imagine like all of that is on top of this, and then there's also everything is where it is right now, but you have to imagine that there's like a slight layer of like powder on it. Not dust. It's not dust. It's baby powder, because I use baby powder a lot. And yes, I use it in this room. So everything is generally filled with with like baby powder, unfortunately. Yeah, so big drawer, right? Very it's there. It's useful. The one good pickup my mother suggested. And then next to it is my laundry basket. I'm not gonna write this one down. This is just my laundry. I keep it in here, right? I do laundry once a week. I have good habits, right? Nothing special about it. And then next to it, right? I don't know how to draw. I'm gonna draw it like this. Next to it, right? This is where the TV is. This is where the TV on the stand is. It's right here. So imagine it's like a... How tall would you imagine that? Like a 5 foot like TV stand. And it's just over here, right? And it's just staring me as it's blank on the TV stand because I can't attach it to anything, right? I keep checking. I have to keep checking. I'm a good streamer. But yeah, I have a TV here, right? And then next to it, I have a little music stand with a like a noise dampening gate. I use this to record music. Whenever I sing, that's what I use. The initial purpose of this TV stand, right, was to sing. I was supposed to use these two in tandem, right? These two. And I was supposed to like sing like standing up or sitting down or something. But it's not turning out to be that way, which is fine. I have another plan, but it's unfortunately it didn't turn out that way, which is fine, right? So, this is where the juicy stuff happens, right? For the longest time, my desk was set up like this. This is my desk. This was my desk. I sat right here on my chair, and I would face this way, and then it would end like my laptop would be here, or no, my laptop would be here, my monitor would be here, and then I kept whatever the hell over here, right? And it worked. This was my setup for about like 4 years, right? But recently, very recently, like about like a couple months ago, I changed it to this. So now what happens is, so this is my desk. I'm just gonna desk. Well, I don't even need to say it. This is my desk because I do want to draw stuff on it. This is my desk. And what the setup was before I got the PC was laptop. The monitor actually spilled over into my bed because there's no space here. I kept my audio interface here. I had like a pencil case here. Right? No, this is too big. Because okay, let me. It was like this. It was yeah. This is a better demonstration. It was this. The audio interface was here, because I remember it being like off the. I remember it kind of like leaning off. Audio interface was here. The the monitor was here. I had the pencil case was here. I had a bunch of like figures here, like a bunch of doodads, like this. I had the keyboard, right? Or the keyboard, and then the mouse was right here. And I sat right here. And I take up the rest of the space, right? This was my setup before, right? This was... I'm pretty happy with it. You know, I think people are like, oh, you have no privacy. Oh, you're gonna... People, when you walk in, people are gonna see what's on your screen. What do you think I'm doing on my computer? I'm not... Who do you think I am, huh? I'm not doing anything bad. There's nothing that I should be scared about that's on my computer that I'll be like, oh no, you know. So I'm not too worried about this. So this is my setup before. And I was very happy with it. What was... Because, you know, this is a screen over here. There's the laptop screen. And then this attached to the monitor, right? And the original plan after that, right, was to get an adapter and then have it, like, stem all the way, like, over here. Because I would have just moved this to this spot because it's on wheels. My TV stand. So I would have just, like, moved it here, and then it would have been a monitor setup where I could, like, sing over here, or, like, I could set up the thing over here, and I could just sing and record stuff, or I could just use it as 3 different monitors, right? And it would be very useful. But with the inclusion of the PC, right, things have changed, right? What happens now is this is the PC. The monitor is still like here. It's like, it looks like this. The audio interface is here now. I have a bunch of all of my doodads like right here, right? Oh no, even this is too big, because here's the thing. My keyboard's like this, and then my mouse is like right here. This is what, and then I'm sitting right here, right? Just to like illustrate this. Here, there you go. This is what my setup is right now. My desk space has essentially been almost fourthed, right? If this was like in scale. So now I only have 3/4 of my desk for desking stuff. And also I didn't include this, but like a little jut out here, right, is actually a little like sliding cabinet in my desk, right? And the reason why this is important and why it's slid out is because I have a mic here. This was always include this in the other setup, because it was always like this. I have like an arm that like juts out from this side because I have nowhere to like I have nowhere else to like stem it from, or to like lock it from, right? Or hinge it. That's the right word. So it has to be from an open cabinet on the side of my desk. And I say things out of here. So now I have a PC, and now it becomes a question of where do you put the laptop? The best bet, and what I probably want to do, I just need to like figure out like the statistics of it and whatnot, is to set it up here. Probably the best bet. It is the most convenient because I could just turn left and do everything. It's not as little space as you might think. It can fit here. It's convenient, like position-wise, and also recording-wise. You know, it's in the corner. It's next to my closet, which is very sound dampening. So I might not even need the sound dampener. All right. The biggest boon about this, right, is this boy right here. What the fuck am I gonna do with this guy? I'll tell you what, I have not even the slightest clue. I really don't. I'll try to minimize it, right? But this might turn out to be a bit like a worse than I want it to be, but it's fine, right? Another big thing about it being here, and I didn't specify this before because I forgot. But another big thing about that corner and trying to use it, I have a whiteboard that's on the wall, and then I have Julia and Makoto right, like set up right here. And then it becomes, where the fuck are you gonna put those two? And I'm like, that's a good question. That's a good question. Where are you gonna put Makoto and Julia? They are my favorites. I cannot just well, I can move them, right? But I'm not gonna like take them off my room is the big thing, right? So I need to figure out where to put these guys, girls. Maybe I'll put it in this corner. Which makes me feel sad. Maybe I'll put it over here, put it over here. Maybe I'll put it in storage over here, which would also make me sad, but it's probably the best bet, honestly. This fucking thing. This really makes me like not upset, but it really like this sucks, you know what I mean? It's this whole bed has only been inconvenient. Yeah, it looks nice, but who the hell is gonna look at it? It's my room. I'm not letting people in here. You know what I mean? So yeah, this is my room. This is what my room looks like right now. And if you didn't watch the entire this entire thing, you'll never know what these little dings are. And then there's just like a bunch of wires here. It's all wires coming here and throughout. Ugh, it's so annoying. So yeah, that's the plan. Try to utilize this space next to me. You know, it's just a corner. It's a very useful corner. It's the best thing. So I may want to move that. Get a display port for this monitor eventually. The only thing is that it is far away. The thing is I don't plan on moving it now that it's gonna be attached to the PC. When it was attached to the laptop, I wanted to move it, but now I don't really need to. It's fine to be there. I think what'll happen, and I'll try to find this, is I'll get like a display adapter or like an HDMI that's long enough to like reach over here without having to hang. That's the biggest thing. I probably wanted to touch the floor. I'll do that, and it'll all be good. And then I'll have a third monitor, and then I'll have whatever is happening over here. I don't need a second monitor for what's happening over here, so that'll be a-okay. And yeah, and then that'll be the dream. The thing is, it'll be power hungry, I think, but realistically, I won't have both laptop and PC turned on at the same time. But oh fuck, god damn it. Fuck. I should have moved it over to fucking whatever. It'll get censored. Fuck! Oh, man. At least I turned off DVR. Actually, me doing that is bad. Ugh, God. Oh, whatever. It's not too bad. I won't make too big of a deal for it. Well, actually, we can actually just move into the game now. Man, it's already been an hour. Yeah. Oh man, no, that's like extra bad. Shit. Cause the entire time I was clicking Alt Tab. I have to like for that entire section I have to really look. Oh, whatever. At least I got a new rule. Oh, brother. Whatever. Well, with that being said, I think we can move into the game now, right? Hopefully it'll run fine. Not too many bad things will happen while I'm streaming. I actually have to open up the stream on my phone. because a big thing about this is a big thing about not having multiple monitors is I can't fucking read chat. All right, let me just check something while I'm here. All right, I'm gonna write myself a reminder. Also, did it save all my? It didn't, right? Yeah. First of all, turn off this awful color. Private VOD for leaks, please, in parentheses, whole room bit. The thing about me having to do that later is it's gonna be annoying. It's gonna be annoying because I knew it was gonna fucking bite me in the ass. It's gonna be annoying because I have to do it every time I tab in. But the thing about tabbing in is I did it a lot. Like, it was out of instinct, out of my instinct to be a good streamer. No, me trying my best. Whatever. I'll take the bait. I'll take it. All right, let me just set everything up. Make sure everything's working. Oh, I need to grab my controller. That's what I forgot. All right, gamers. You know the rules, and so do I. Damn, this is... So many things this week are being fucking leaked, man. I keep fucking myself over. I keep fucking myself over, unfortunately, just because, my complacency. Oh my god, wait, no, it's not only that bit too, but it's also the bit about, like, me being comfortable, right? Because I alt-tab during that too. Fuck! Oh, whatever. I'll catch it. Alright, so, let's just go into the game. Fuck it, we ball, you know? Or I could reset. But I think that would be annoying, so... Yeah, let's just stick with this. I'll just it'll either be annoying now or it'll be annoying later. Man. I can't fucking... Damn it! The second I become comfortable, I let something fucking slip. I can't... This is why I can't let this shit happen. Which is whatever. It's fine. Let me check audio real quick, please. Whatever. It's fine. Okay, audio's good. So, let's get started with the game. If you, if you're watching this stream for the game... Actually, no. It's the opposite. If you're watching the stream for me, this is probably one of the worst streams to probably jump into without knowing anything that's happened before. Because this will be the big climax of this game. Today we will probably be finishing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. The Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve and also the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We will probably be finishing both. Well, we are finishing both. Probably. Depends on if I finish a period, right? But that means there are a bunch of story things that you will need to know in order to understand everything in this game. If you know the general jive of Thursday streams, you'll know that I like to focus on the game. during these streams, and I like to lock in, really provide a an engaging experience while also enjoying the game myself, right? Is the best way to describe this process. So you won't be able to do that if you don't know what's been happening. So I this stream in particular, I will implore that you, if you do not know what is happening, please do not watch the stream. Go watch the other streams or go watch a playthrough yourself to find out what happens, or play the game yourself at best. Actually, it's probably the best thing to do. But please. But if you, one, do not mind being spoiled about things that happen in the game, or two, already know what happens, and you just want to vibe out, see somebody play a blind walkthrough of what happens in this game, yeah, welcome. Welcome aboard. So with that being said, let's talk about what happens during this game, or what's happened last time. What happened last time was what happened last time? I actually don't remember. Was the last? Oh yeah. So the last stream we did investigations as Sholmes, right? As Sholmes and Mr. Mikotoba. And did we do the trial that stream too? I think so. So today, I think this will be the big like climax, where we bring to light the information. Wait. Oh yeah, no, we like postponed the trial, right, or something. I forget. But things happen. We're coming back the next day because we brought Jigoku from the ship he was trying to run away in, and now he's gonna testify or something. Yeah? Yeah. Let's jump in. Oh, I can't wait. I won't. The 4th, November, 9:30 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. We're just jumping right in, huh? Oh, before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As for the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization legally executing its own brand of justice, and its discovery of a well-respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes, that's my intention. He's having his own monologue there. You could make a whole Ace Attorney game with Kazuma, I think. My lord, if I may inquire. Defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Sogi permitted to continue his role as the prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? Wow, really? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life, for the last 10 years, has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is That really even Kazuma standing before us? Huh. Wow. What up, guys? Jesus. Oh, wow. As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. My controller. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. We do. Well, yeah. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Berk von Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well, then. The preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Sogi, begin. Ah, this is so cool! As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jikoku to the courtroom. At last then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Oh, he came back already. Yeah. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Ugh. So it was you who issued this, wasn't it? Your subpoena. I did what was necessary. Well, look at what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day where you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jikoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he's returned to Japan. He returned to Japan. Fuck. Shit. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he's also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jikoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Scientific Symposium as the representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Angelo? I said Anglo. Ha. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jikoku, I must ask. Well, I never fancied the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone about your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I declined to comment. What? Wow. Leaving the country prematurely when I was invited to be a guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon? The controller, man. This case is
more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan. The murder of John... Oh, well, your voices are also the same. The murder of John H. Wilson, you mean?
That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eye that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? It's the records, right?
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing the communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and John J. Wilson. Fuck. You little... Where did you get that?
In Tokyo.
From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What is this about? Why is my name on that list? This is a list of 4 names... This list of 4 names that follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of the victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No.
A year ago in Tokyo,
Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital.
The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asashin, a professional assassin.
A professional assassin
on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Aishin and her victim J. Wilson.
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime.
An assassin sent for Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was a British police inspector, Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill the target residing in another.
What if it isn't that? You know what I mean? It seems kind of arbitrary to think like this is a pattern, right? We have no evidence outside of they did it or it happened, right? But we don't know if Kazuma was actually the victim or was the assassin, right? Well, we're assuming that it's like that because Gregson's dead.
These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan,
unless they clarified that in the last case, then I don't remember,
were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange.
And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill.
What?
Yeah, so we're basically accusing Jigoku of this, then, right?
The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you.
Interesting. Because I don't think this is true.
Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted an assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, detective inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract.
Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday.
The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Ah, fuck. Wait, what? Really? You deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense claims that these full names indicate there's some sort of international assassination exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea is utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin on the SS Gross. That's right. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. What's with that pause? It seems that this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear. About the alleged assassination exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now? Fuck, I can't talk as you, man. As you wish, my lord. Ooh. Wee. Testimony. I can't believe it started off with a present evidence. That's never happened before, right? It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was the condition of the British study tour. However, in the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at the time. At all times. If there had been shot fired, a crewman would have heard it by now. So clearly I can't be involved. So you admit it then, as the communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. Political endeavors at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as a foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama. What, so Gregson is also involved in Genshin's killing? Judge Shigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admitted that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial part is this. Your police inspector, Kenneth Parrish, brought the steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of that crime was the Reaper, Berg von Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was of a soft with such a Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and a high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may. Be that as it may. Me and my British... Is it you? Do we know any other high-ranking British people other than the Queen? And this guy? It's you! You did it! Is he throwing shade at the person that fucking did it right now? I think that's what's happening. Yeah, because they didn't introduce anyone else, right, who did it. Because it's not going to be Von Zeeks. He's our defendant. Right? That'd be crazy if they did that. And then, like, yeah. Also, Von Zeeks is lower than this guy. Who else could it be? We don't know anyone else. Unless we're going to be introduced to someone. But that'd be dumb. This seems like such a climactic case. We are only concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. The assassin exchange. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. Wait! My friend would never kill! 1 year ago when Kazuma was still in Japan then. Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I considered traveling to Japan on an assassination mission. Surely not. I thought that it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So, you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to each other to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then? Damn, what the fuck? British acknowledges no part in these alleged begotten dealings. I advise you do not make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jikoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked a Sogi and explained the details of the plan to him. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. It was a condition, though. Hold it! Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants. In addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Damn. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on the study tour to Britain. And, of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi. There's no point. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of portraying mine, Asogi. But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea, really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting a Sogi. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to complete his mission. I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Cosmo's passage in Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship, and the one that made me fucking cry. Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Cosmo didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all the details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as the Sogi's replacement, and there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. My hands were completely tied. So Mr. Shom's strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned. But I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you're playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here in Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in this testimony given by the witness are details relating to his relationship to Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made myself clear, I had no connection to that man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. Was it Mr. Me is curious. Outside the cabin in the first class area of the SS Gross, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student pastor earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied the Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There's a very well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Shikoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most convincing of centuries, really. In truth, those are my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me while I walked past. You see, that proves it. Does it? If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it so clearly I hadn't been... Hold it! But there was a gunshot. The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. Didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard it. But wait, what about the steamship's enormous steam engines? The noise from them could have drowned out the sound of a gun being fired. Sadly, young judicial witness or assistant, that won't wash. Oh. You will recall that my cabin wasn't in the first class area of the ship, which also, of course, is the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go.
Oh, I didn't mean... Fucking rude. But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence enough that a gun was fired in there.
What's that?
A bullet hole.
Oh yes. You're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously that rotten panel getting eaten up by woodworms. No doubt that he didn't find an actual bullet.
That's the hole in this argument.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewmen to be brought back to Bryn with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot. And would have never made it to Bryn in the first place.
Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth.
I'm glad you've seen, my lord.
I know Cosmo's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable. Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plot? But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. So you mean Judge Jigoku must be lying? I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. I will. I'll fucking murder him. No. Mr. Naruhodo. Alright, it's the schedule, right? I was thinking this, right? All crew members are to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. It will take 20 minutes. Yeah.
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
What? Where did you get that?
It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again.
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk, at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crew from the SS Gross were to gather on the deck for an evacuation drill. All crew members were away from their posts? And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. While we're accusing him of killing?
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke, but amounts to nothing.
Why?
Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false.
Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very true. Well, counsel.
So many deep voices here. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Judge Jigoku's cabin on the 31st? I don't know. This is a big... Oh. This.
Take that!
Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? It's the crown of a pocket watch. A pocket watch. And if you will observe the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch is almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Wow, he's fucking scared. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you? You young murderer. What the fuck? You turned so animosity. Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. Shit. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. Or rather, like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I had known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty to spare the world of your ridiculous bombast. He turned like mega asshole. What's up with this? What a dick. You hear this guy? I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall in which you've stumbled. Prior to your new testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge that he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed with your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice, and except I do, I will keep lying. The events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. As soon as I took care of him with an ipponseo throw, though, he couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It had nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Ipponseo. Ipponseo. A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take it. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Shit! Fuck, he's kinda right. I have no doubt that the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he merely was a tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony proves to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no connection in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason to be wasting precious time here in this on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has the right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. Wow, you're so fucking mean. You're just as bad as, like, Case 2 or Case 3 Von Zeeks, man. Fuck. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Isn't he fucking rude? How rude! Right before we move on. Fucking hear that shit? It's so fucking... I hate it. Talk to me. I need... You do hate it. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to the camp after finishing my evening meal in dinner. What did you have for dinner? Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let the killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman that he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and a mustache, not to mention a bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped that the sight of a few swords would have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before the occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly. All I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back in my cabin. And you'd enter without an inkling of suspicion. That's right. None whatsoever. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there foolishly waving. Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson? Yes. Though at the time, I didn't know the man's name. Or the wrong voice. I'm turning Australian. Gotta go to the prison. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose? That was certainly the impression given by the gun point in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake around so much in my life. Anyone who would think that the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for help from the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. I soon took care of him with my Ippon-seo throw. Hold it! Ippon-seo. Even though the man had a gun? That's a very brave move, wasn't it? My Ippon-seo is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all that commotion could have caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon-seo throw. I imagine his watch was broken because I threw him over my shoulder, and nothing to do with his murder. The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for too long. A bullet to the chest soon saw the salt of the... But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in the cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? That's what the star that your lowbrow detective stories told you, was it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? He's turned so... No murder took place in that cabin. Fucking idiot. God, you're such a disgrace to our country. You should move to Britain. You'll be like... What's his name? Wagahai. Soseki, that's his name. You'll be like our Soseki. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Not true. But there's no evidence that proves that the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment and think about the idea of yours through now, stripling.
Fucking what? Why are you calling me that? Fucking rude.
What? What's a stripling? No one's gonna strip for you.
We're in like the 1970s. No, too early. 1800s. Fucking any skin is bad.
If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have gone back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Well, yes, that's true, but
all passenger luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think that the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as handled luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, then you would imagine the body would have been disposed at the sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport a body back to Britain.
Ugh, that killed the idea then. But perhaps not.
Mrs. Sato?
We've heard that first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose the body in the sea.
Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, are you?
I've been at this for a year. God, what's wrong with him? Fucking, he's pushing my buttons, man. Fucking, stop trying to undermine me. I've been working hard. I solved 7 different cases before this one.
I thought I'd be perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words that you can understand. I think I'd ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objections.
Amend your testimony now, please. Get this dumb Nipponese off my counsel. There's no way I could have transported a victim's corpse back to Britain. You could have.
That's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time?
What? No!
So we're in agreement then. I couldn't have possibly brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B.
Funny you should say that. Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Miss Naruhodo.
Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I noticed. Yes, because there's nothing really more to say.
So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in an office and it breaks, we don't say, Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in a little room on Fresno Street. If he was really killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have had to be moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would seem impossible for a majority of people. But there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. I also think that. Because I think what's going to happen, right, is we're going to present this picture. Where's the picture? This one? Hey, what's that? Judge Jigoku, what's that in front of you, man? Is that a body? Or sorry. Is that some luggage? With a little body in it? With one additional person. This is an autopsy report.
Right. Yosogi papers. Yeah, what? What would it be? Is the identification? What does it say again? Oh, it looks like some kind of steamship. Yokohama, yes. Yes. It seems yep, Oh, how strange. Where could I have gone? No. So there's no, like... I wonder, did they... I'm trying to look for if... Did they say that carry-on it gets, like, inspected or something? Because I wanna present this, right? But I wanna present the fact, like, oh, you can't, they won't inspect carry-on, or did they say that earlier? I probably am dumb and forgetting, but let's just present the picture first.
Objection!
Oh yeah, it is this. Okay, sec. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. What's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Bryn is only something you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in Japan, or London. Hey, well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took a rather long time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through that at all, don't you? I knew you were jealous. I presume you recall this, Judge Shigoku? It's a photograph we took in the foyer to the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you a large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to hide a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. That is... fuck, you're crazy, man. You know that? Order in the court. I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying! And after we'd spoken with you at the Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in the cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She acknowledges that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. On the onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are far and few between. Yes, I am sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh in their in their long sea voyages, and the SS Gross is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku. I'm supposed to remember all this stuff from yesterday, because they want you to keep playing, but I stopped, so I don't remember any of this that he's talking about. I'm glad he's just going on about it. However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Shigoku, please! Stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street where the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Berg von Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense deductions amounts to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. Fuck. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply. Because the claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. You'd better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene in Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. What, is it the wig? Are we gonna present the wig? I was wondering when we were gonna bring this up. Why the fuck is he wearing the wig? You know what I mean? It's either the wig or there's the weird this.
Take that!
A photograph of the victim is in the very location you claim that he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like this. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could have easily adopted the photo position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Shikoku, but it's your logic that's flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Ugh. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. This is not the line of logic that I was going down, but I'll follow it. I'm fucking spitting. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting. The inspector's body took on that position ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor. From inside the large travel trunk. Fuck. No. You're quite right. The shape of the body. It looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Yeah. Judge Shigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ah, fuck. present my trunk. I refuse.
What?
On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's basis accusations.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to...
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial of Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Ugh! Order! Order in accord!
Well, Judge Jigoku, what would it be?
The shit. You can't be serious. You did it?
That was quick. Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi?
What?
Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense.
What? You? Dear God, outrageous! So it was you! You admit to being Inspector Grex's murder?
No, I admit nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. The judicial assistant over there, as the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no choice but to. I have no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it to Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth killed the man? Oh wow, he's gonna accuse Kazuma.
As you know, there's one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. Moreover, he had already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh.
Damn. That's right. Who else could have done it? It was you, Kazuma Sogi. You.
They're fucking playing Among Us right now. You did it! No, you did it! You were in the room with him when he was killed. No, you also had the chance to kill him when he was killed. And then there's the guard outside the door who fucking threw and wasn't paying attention.
I never thought you'd stoop this low, say Jigoku. I've taken the words straight out of my mouth. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Sogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin that you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Right? Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion.
It's possible, isn't it? Or is it not? Because the guard was standing outside the room. No, because he's...
The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Sogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Sogi is... Is it possible? Is it possible? It isn't, right? No, it is. Wait, no, it isn't.
Judge Jikoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that that logical reasoning is the future of judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Sogi to commit the crime. What? Court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the possibility of Prosecutor Sogi's involvement? Is it the sword slash? It might actually be it might actually be the sword slash, because we have to prove that he was assailed by Kazuma, but Kazuma didn't use a gun. I think that's what it is, right?
Take that!
You're making evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruto. Fuck. Sorry? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you can toss around the court for entertainment. Shit! Fuck, nope, it wasn't the sword. Never mind that. The evidence you're about to make me weep, no, Mr. Naruto. Fuck! Don't cry! Stop crying! We gotta... Turn it back!
Take that!
Shit. Wait, it isn't the sword? It really isn't the sword? Fuck. I guess it is pretty like a far-reaching like conclusion, right? He couldn't have used the sword. So this is the type of revolver that's standard issue for the members of Judiciary then. Yes, and when I asked whether records are kept about who they're issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years they've been engraved with unique serial number. Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that in this gun. Which tells us that it must have been issued longer than that. Is it... What evidence is involved with Kazuma? Like the passport? With one additional person to travel, police business. Within 1 week from the 31st. Can't find any. Oh, I wanted to open it. Well, I suppose we should. Yeah, let's see. No, I just. Damn it. Alright. Oh. Why couldn't he have done it? I have no idea. Fucking, you got me on this. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the possibility of a gun?
Take that!
Shit. Really? It's not the gun either. It's not the gun? So it's not about the weapon then. I thought he was gonna go on his little thing, but there's evidence here somewhere. I mean, I've already opened this. I'm missing a small piece. I really need your help today, Sholmes. And I already looked at the trunk, right? Yeah, I did. The wig? I still don't know. I have no idea how to... Where's the autopsy report? Enter, yes. Is it this? Is it
Take that!
Is it this? Fuck me. Wait, hold up. Ah, shit. Oh, fuck. Never mind that, the evidence. You may have made me... Oh, no, I can't upset Mr. Sato. Or else I know upset too. We know a member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the cabin on nearly all times. As long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire without being heard. And that very much narrows it down to when the crime could have been committed. Oh. It has to do with the time? How do you prove that they were there at the time? We don't know. But I guess that makes sense.
Take that!
This itinerary for the... Damn, it's just the fact that we presented it again.
You know, I think is what was up.
Really kind of a Deus... Not a Deus Ex Machina, that's not the right... But it really is like the God piece, you know what I mean? Like, wow, we just happen to have this piece of evidence that's like, oh, wow, he wasn't there at that exact time, right? Yeah, it feels very Deus. This itinerary for the crew members on the SS Gross, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary. How does this prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, the crewman's sentry was on the guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely. It's because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And then narrows it down to 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaws in the reasoning so far. But a crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship was already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Ugh. I see, okay. Now, clearly the murder could have only been committed by someone who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Sogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come back to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night in a boarding house in the town. I returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Sogi couldn't have possibly carried out the killing. Yeah. No. Absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night at a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had just happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku. Wow. It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when it all began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Oh, my controller. Ah, woo! Damn! Whoa! It's over! My life is over. You killed him! I called this like a month ago, didn't I? A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. As the assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Hisogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at that time, in Cosmo's place. And that left me with only one option to carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume? That's right. I decided that it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart, and made arrangements for the pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? Oh, so he's admitting that the Reaper is this guy. Oh, it's 100% fucking... okay. But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
So, that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I arrived in my cabin and from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness.
Wow. That's legit not... He's been choked multiple times in this game. Because he got choked by the other final, he got choked by the other final witness, or the final culprit in the last game, too.
But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting.
For 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation. Yeah, I was just wondering, but why hadn't he done that? But moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I received a British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Gross. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in a room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up on deck and throw it over at the sea. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So the first-class cabin sentries returned, and I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, You must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon. In order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that the man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I decided to took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there and then. I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene, the inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later.
So that Mr. Boone...
Oh, shit. So that Mr. Boone was due to arrive at 5. It would walk straight into the trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
What? I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body from the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning. Well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did.
That was really fast. There's more to this. I mean, we were gonna go into the other case, right? That was only an hour and 30 minutes into this.
I've heard enough. We've already arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For the crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
He's dead. Capital punishment, dude.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who is your counterpart in Britain? Who is the mastermind behind the assassin exchange?
Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough!
Oh, wow, damn.
I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce my findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
Man, no, there's more to this. There's absolutely more to this. Yeah, he's guilty, but...
Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found.
Oh, fuck! That's our judge!
And may I remind all those present that strict confidentiality demanded... all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court? No? Objection, right? Come on. Hold it! Really? Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and a subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. I really like this theme, by the way. It's so cool. Hold up, before I'm gonna just check audio again. Cool. Alright, it's good.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, thank you.
Is something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and his extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this court is true, we have reached a conclusion. Do not worry about what I've just said. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. Can't talk. As you wish. Now for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant Berg von Zieks.
Objection!
Yeah, there he is. The prosecution calls for the adjudication to be deferred. Counsel. The accused innocence hasn't fully been established at all, and therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, because he's getting accused of being the mastermind, right? Berg von Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear that you have information for the court that needs to be heard, Prosecutor Sogi. Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear that the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? Yeah. The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in the position that gives such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, it would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Berg von Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey again. We're doing this again. Furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Fuck me. Damn it. We're still at this. Actually, good thing we're still at this. Order. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information in which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord von Zieks very thoroughly in that regard. And they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning in which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say, I'm surprised by how quite tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord von Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it. Whatever it takes.
That explains Cosmo's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Von Zieks has unwittingly started 10 years ago. Oh, fuck.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Cool. This is strange, though. Because we have no new witnesses. Pray, turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify this vile and unremitting accusation. Hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice.
Lord Von Zieks!
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I have endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Von Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as a primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Right, sorry.
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Cosmo-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically.
Logically. You're right that he's not himself. But I knew that it would be like this. I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer. And as his friend.
Then that's what then that was what we must do!
The defense has no objection, my lord. If it isn't the Ace Attorneys, what's up, Sock? God, it's so... It is Ace Attorneys. This is like the big... We're in like... You just reached the big like... This is what the overarching plot of the past 2 games have been. Welcome. How you doing? We are Ace Attorneying. About to find up some shows. Very well, defendant. You will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. As you wish, my lord. Ketchup chips. Yummy. Those are like the only like ketchup things that I like. Because I don't like ketchup, period. But ketchup chips are good when they sold them in America. And then they got rid of them here for some reason. Which is weird. They were good. Everybody liked them. It was like a corner shop staple. I don't know why they got rid of them. If I like them, well, we're just gonna have to find out. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I've never taken a life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. Yeah, okay. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange. I'm curious, cause he's our defendant. Are we like not gonna? Are we not gonna defend him or what? Anyways, well, that's the fun part. I never find out. Go do what you gotta do, man. I'll see you when I see you. Have a good day. So you deny all accusations of the prosecution, both that you and the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the assassination exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in the position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yeah? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. I knew it. Yeah, I fucking thought of it. I was like, he just wants to figure out. It's not like he wants to. It's not because like the whole like I'm friends with you and I want to help you. No, it's the I want to find out the truth. Even if truth proves your client to be guilty. Okay. Oh yeah. So they're basically saying that we're like he's not our defendant anymore. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I have come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in the pursuit of truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination of the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I've never taken a life of another, nor have I instructed to kill another. So you're not what the general public refers to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey? Exactly. Don't imagine for a second that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. If you're intended on comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That one by one defendants who'd be acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one defendants who had been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the heresy. Hearsay. Every time I say that word, I want to say heresy. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. You say for years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now. And your involvement and your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even? It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge. Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he noted as gross, and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. That's the reason I went to Fresno Street that day and came out to just...
Hold it!
Yep. But why did you go to that specific location? I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up at 5 o'clock I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jikoku. Exactly. Jikoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone, and unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Huh. What a ridiculous, careless blunder. Moved on just to throwing insults around, I see, Kazuma. So think what you will. It doesn't change the truth. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. There is a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course. We were close acquaintances. We worked on numerous cases together. I consider the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons.
But he did? Such as what?
Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. Past. In any case, I understand that it was several years ago. Now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university.
That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial YEA University in Tokyo.
It should be unambiguously clear, then, that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending an assassin across the ocean to kill the man.
Sounds plausible enough. I want to believe it. But something about this just doesn't sit right with me.
Clearly, therefore, there is no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. Certainly, as it stands, there is no evidence to suggest that you concocted the scheme. Sorry, just want to take a swig of water.
As it stands, we only have the accused's insistence of his innocence.
Sorry?
Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange, and if a reason could be established later in the proceedings. Then the accused's claim in his testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury.
Well, yes, that's true, but... Clearly Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous.
A convincing testimony by Lord Von Zeeks.
Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression.
Damn. I agree. There doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person, I must be overthinking it, surely.
Another person, Mr. Naruhodo?
I need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far.
Alright, and I'll review my notes about the case about all the evidence in the court record.
Could it be that Lord Von Zeeks has something to hide after all?
Who is his brother, and why is he connected with your brother? Why is he not with your brother? Why is he connected to Mr. John Wilson? Right? That's what they want us to present. They want us to present the picture. Not this picture, the other one.
Objection!
Oh no, they don't. The witness's last statement exhibits a fundamental consistency, but it doesn't because I'm a fucking idiot. Oh wait, is it the forensics? This is, yeah, it was his brother, right? John H. Wilson was the coroner, and then it was this was petitioned by Gregson. Yeah, okay.
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. Of the autopsy of Lord Clint Von Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see. The defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason do you have to presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
This autopsy report of the professor's final victim?
is the indelible link between Inspector Gregson Wilson, Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name, the professor. I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's soul. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint von Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers to be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all of his strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord von Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death? That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting, which is why the inspector and coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassination exchange. I see what he's pointing out. I see what you're putting down, Mr. Kazuma. Ora at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it, which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma! You know this won't wash! Fucking lock in, dude! Fuck! You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago! You must see that without evidence. That's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the courtroom is heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence. He acknowledged what I've already deduced. That there's a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing about this. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood my true motive there. Right, I see. You're that Hisogi's young lad, Arya. And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give me to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. And that's all. Before we get into this, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There is no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! Speak, you fool! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
The result of Clint Von Zeke's autopsy report was fabricated. Or if the results of the report were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner must have all known about it. And they can only have been ordered to prevent the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Lord Von Zeeks. In other words, the defendant did have a cause to organize the exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as we established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who
Liaised? Is it liaised or liaised? I know that word exists. Give me a second. Liaise? You hear that right? Liaise? Liaise. Alright, sec. Fucking that one real quick.
Alright, liaised. Who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange.
But before, wait, hold up. I just want to look at audio real quick. We're good, right? Nothing bad's happening. Sicko.
So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Beric Von Zeeks.
Why are you standing?
Objection!
Kazuma Sogi. What? What you've just told the court? Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. A shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? Lord Von Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Von Zeeks is the one behind all this, then yes, there is one other person who could have done something. It's him! It is him! I believe I know who it is too. You. I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Oh, brother! I mean, I really had an inkling about it when fucking the third case came around. And it was fucking Courtney that was the killer. I'm like, that's weird. She was assigned by this man, and she fucking did bad. And I guess it fucking spreads, right?
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results is Lord Chief Justice himself, Male Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution for the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Von Zeeks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
Well, Lord Von Zieks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for the control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. What I see now, I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And the same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal. Don't be absurd. The defense claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. So you're not going to defend yourself? You claim that there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Von Zieks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where's your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. Can't we just ask Mikotoba? Wasn't Mikotoba part of this? Also, yes, we can absolutely... In the future, though. Not now, but in the future. We can summon ghosts eventually. You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. Ooh, yeah. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ah, fuck! He stood up. Order! Order in this court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well. There's really no one left who could testify about the events 10 years ago, is there? So, that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought on by the prosecution and the defense are categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Fuck! Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit to the truth that we're... Yunosuke? Is there... If there's only someone who could testify about Clint Von Zieks' autopsy, there is someone! He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan in order to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's one ray of hope.
Objection.
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please. This trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for the truth.
Yeah, I said this earlier. He's like,
I didn't say it, but like it's kind of a selfish. It's more selfish than we think. His kind of like his pursuit of this. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint von Zeeks. Hey man, what you doing? Get over here! Heaven help us, another Japanese. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Goku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely reads over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in the autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he could tell us. Denied? The defense's demand is denied. What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at the very moment. We could summon him at to the stands in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Stronger has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Sogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecutor's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in that distant past that will bolster your argument. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Sogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has now reached a conclusion with respect to the matter. Inspector Gregson was murdered by a Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Goku. As for any hidden circumstances that may have existed, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities. But we all know what will happen. This will just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Sogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Sogi. Objection! It's me! Hi! But, Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for an amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public? You will leave the courtroom at once. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Goku before he fled from Europe. Shit. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Male Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the beginning of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary here at present. I put to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you all been invited to attend? to nod along with the prevarications, to nod along to the prevarifications, to nod along with the prevarications of your superiors, Mr. Sholmes. Order in court. It seems that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you, and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence! He's right. The judge is absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? I said dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is that a motion press you guys say? What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before the young Japanese fellows are reprehended in custody. Aw, Kazuma. My lord, are you assured those present you would uncover the whole truth here? Vindicate yourself for this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Testify, yeah! Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it. Oh, this is so cool. I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking all of these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courtroom, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon. Mikotaba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotaba is here in the courthouse? Well, why? Oh, yeah. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, Shirley. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards, and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. Oh yeah, now this is a... Sholmes just had his Franziska moment right there. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. What exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I going to have to plunge into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. To be continued. Oh man, I think that's a good place to end. No, we're gonna keep going, obviously. Of course we're gonna keep going. Trial part 3, baby! Let's go! I do need to go use the restroom though, so... Oh, you're here. Why are you here? Maria Gori? So, witness, Please state your name and occupation for the court. Actually, before we do that, I need to go use the restroom. Keep forgetting. Put this up.
1 second, guys. Gotta be right back. Use the restroom. Have fun. Is something weird happening to the audio? Or is it just on my side? Wait, hold up. Wait, hold up. This is really bad. Is something weird happening? Wait, hold up. This is really bad. Is something weird happening? I'm gonna look back at the stream either way, so. Oh, well, you hear my... I hope it doesn't... Whoopsies. Alright, give me 1 second. Alright, gamers. We are back. I'm really scared about the audio that I was just listening to earlier. I did close and open up the stream again, but I don't know if that was me doing that or if it was like timing. It's really scary. It sounds fine now though, right? If I keep talking, please keep talking. This whole stream hinges on, you know, the audio working, right? Look, you can hear it. God, it's so hard to monitor this shit with one monitor. Do people do this? People don't do this normally, but this is so hard. Okay, let's go. Woo-wee. This is such an important stream, dude. You cannot do this to me. All right, I think everything is good now, so everything looks good on this end. I'm going to... Yep, put it down. Yep, okay. With that being said, let's move on. Let me just check audio real quick. Blah, blah, blah. Yep, we're good. Whoa! I said this.
Hey, I didn't think I'd be here again. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer of forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University at Tokyo, Japan.
And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is...
Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand.
Yes, Dr. Scythe.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you didn't summon Mama. That doesn't make sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring at the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man. The idea of him is making me shudder. The revelations of Dr. Syeth that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Well, we won't want any more perjury to be committed now, would we?
The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. You do remember, Dr. Mikotoba? I certainly never expected you to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes, yeah. It's been a long while, Lord Strongheart.
The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right. I studied under Dr. Watson at St. Sinners.
You were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint von Zeeks.
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama's far more skilled than a Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on this occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes. I noted all the doctor's findings when we were done. He read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have a very good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course. If it weren't for his assistance, Lord von Zeek's autopsy would have never happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So, Lord Strongheart had entrusted the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was a result of that autopsy that the mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson had admitted before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time. So you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. Hey, that's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here, too.
Very well, then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. What? Like multi-ban? Like multi-bad? The autopsy of Clint von Zeeks.
From my observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results being fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. I found a little strange.
There was no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. What? Are we gonna say what it is?
No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing I could positively identify as such, much less swear to a testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? Wow. You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint von Zeke's death. Fuck. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. She's still just fucking staring at them. Hey, shit. You know, there's this video of like the Joe guy doing the Kronk guy, and he and his sons, because they all can do the Kronk voice, right? They were doing Kronk lines from Emperor's New Groove, and I'm like, damn, I gotta practice those. Hey, if I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died with an enormous beast who set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying case.
But, curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint von Zeeks, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I'm like, we found the collar of the quote-unquote beast, the supposed beast, right? We never went into the dog thing.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realm of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after a testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right.
Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary
Yeah, what she said. Maria Gori. You stop staring at that man's cheek right now.
Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Oh shit, are we gonna get penalties for this? We might get penalties for this.
Yes, my lord. From a moment.
Hold it!
You couldn't say?
No, sadly not.
But you couldn't say that there wasn't any
My bad. You couldn't say that there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was Dr. Wilson's side when he performed the procedure of recording what he did. But, at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, I obviously could have missed something.
And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? following the Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting and pass some implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Oh, quite. Yes, so would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikoto, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact.
Death resulted from a wound made by the Western Science sword transfixing the heart. That's a little strange. In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled?
Correct. And yet, Lord Von Zeeks was stabbed.
Do you mean to say you think Lord Von Zeeks may have not, in fact, been one of the professor's victims?
There's no basis which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time.
But
Genshin Asogi confessed all his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. And yet, the beast that was carried out to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was there. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell.
There was no other signs of internal injury and nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. I gotta press this.
But you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you? She was like 2.
Does that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be, is all really. I mean, it would be difficult if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but
I read all the paperwork about the case. My mother told me the story countless times. The statement I just read is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma.
I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said that there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Corey, what was it? Fucking tell us, man.
It was that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from that man's stomach.
Okay. I just paused real quick to see if my audio was still working. It was really weird earlier, and I hope it didn't last for too long. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkling around with a hole, as if it might have slipped through a finger, perhaps.
A ring?
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi.
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? Fuck, I keep losing your voice, man.
Yeah. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring with a digitus quartus on his left hand, the 4th or ring finger. I understood it was some sort of a keepsake.
When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family's home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It's a key piece of evidence. It remains at the lock and key in the stores of Scotland Yards to this day.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned to the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there was deep abrasions where on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man, and then, right before my eyes.
How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is. A bit dusty in the store from the years in these stores.
Goodness, goodness gracious. Yeah, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
And you found it inside the victim's stomach?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there for a second, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that?
Well, it's just, thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
Dr. Gory. The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well. You may submit it. Cool. A ring belonging to Genshin Sogi found in Lord Clint Von Zeke's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. Like on the gem? This is not the normal sort of ring you see in Japan. It's almost as if the claws are protecting the gem. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Presumed to be swallowed by the victim. Wait, hold up. Didn't they say it was sharp enough to like cause scratches? If it's sharp enough to cause scratches, wouldn't it have caused like internal bleeding? These fat claws do a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone. Fat gemstone. Fat gemstone in the middle of the ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! My finger's bleeding. These claws are really sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo. Even for you. Ugh. It would make such a dangerous ring. You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow.
Hold it!
I know this is it. And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Isogi's arrest? Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. It's a lie. My father was no killer. Beric von Zeeks, it was you! You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred for me doesn't change the fact that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man to this and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it? Poor father. He looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh, I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened and remove any trace of doubt. If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim that fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to a total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. Cute. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure it's this.
This is it.
it would cause a really Hey.
Objection!
Oh, really? Okay, this was what I was thinking. This one. It was this one or the other one.
Objection!
Yeah, there you go. The court has heard the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. My controller. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right. Poison. Poison. That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at the moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Isogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it then and there in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support this rash claim? This evidence right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in the report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual is noted internally. I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size, it would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, its rather sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that there's no trace of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No.
And there you arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I've had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Why did you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, would you say?
But, isn't it rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotoba?
Well, if you swallowed the ring of that size, certainly there's sharp metal edges that it has. You'd surely expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus. You know, torn mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly sorry. Shit.
I think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries can be seen. No. Let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down.
So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father?
I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson is Britain's leading authority in forensic science and autopsy report.
There's no scientific basis in which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the intrusion, my lord, but, damage to the mucous membranes to the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gory,
Rest assured that your removal of the evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch up her corpse with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Corey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
That's good.
Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life.
What? My father saved your life?
The sword, yeah.
It was 10 years ago. On a foggy night, Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep! You're coming with us!
all of our assailants were armed with pistols.
He does have the ring on here.
Their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobble street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying...
I've always believed in those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait, but...
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indicate him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thieves were after that night? Aha!
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested.
He's so like committed to Von Zeke's. He's gonna blame everything on him. I don't know why he hates him so much. I still find this whole like hatred thing kind of bloated. Isn't it strange? It's mega strange.
Kazuma, open your eyes.
Ryunosuke,
You must know deep down.
the truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is even slightly clouded.
But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog.
Is that why you were so insistent I should be present at this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face. As if you were Lady Justice herself. You seem to have thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much that you've apparently blinded to the blatant contradiction that was born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there is some misconduct during the autopsy. If that was the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
No.
In the clouded court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Von Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who accepted responsibility for his deeds and resigned to his fate.
But then... Oh my. That is very strange. If Mr. Sogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean that there's no fabricated evidence.
The obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived at many minutes ago, Prosecutor Sogi. Your twisted loyalty and cluttered judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought.
Ah, fuck.
Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can only mean one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Huh? No, it isn't. This is the same as like that fucking clock thing. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. If it was fabricated, he should have spoken out. But it could mean a multitude of things.
But if that autopsy was all above board, there would be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection.
Kazuma? What? Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it weren't for your frank words just now, this trial may have very well ended prematurely.
Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
My lord.
My lord Chet, my reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's one possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection.
Silence. Silence there. Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason for the man why the man wouldn't have protested. Also, this is a weird pose. This is his pointing pose, but because it's in front of us instead of like to the side, it's weird. He's JoJo posing right now. Oh, the results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with the connection to the autopsy report have been assassinated? If I force the grievances to feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion all these years. Me?
Kazuma-sama's created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show that there's a reason for his father's silence during his trial.
A reason why the man would have had said nothing though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
I'm trying to think. I don't know if we have evidence like this.
Enough rhetoric. This court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court?
Take that.
This is the defense's answer to that question. Nope. Fuck. Fuck. It isn't the Asogi papers. Who knows? Enough rhetoric to... What proof do you have that could... What could be related to it? I'm trying to think. I just realized he's wearing like a thing over his heart, isn't he? Wasn't he stabbed in the heart? Is this not metal? This thing right here. The red hair. I don't know.
The sword, obviously. I still don't know. I truly don't know. Passport documented. Okay, no. It's not this, right? Indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand. Wait, what? Is there anything like that somewhere? Like red ink on something. I mean, there's not a lot of evidence that relates to back then, right? These Sogi papers. Yeah, there's nothing else in this ring, right? Yeah, there isn't. No, this isn't related.
Take that!
Nope. I seriously don't know. There has to be something I'm missing. Once I force the grievances I feel from the mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it is you who's been living in a delusion all these 10 years. Wait. Is this guy the professor? Is that what they're indicating right now? I was just thinking, like, because there was a duel, right? He said that there was a duel? Yeah, death by single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial wounds. Oh, shit!
Take that!
Nope. Is it the autopsy report then? I think it's the autopsy report. It was one of the 4 pieces of evidence that we presented. Or is it the autopsy report?
Take that!
Oh no, it isn't. Wait, what? Really? You could have at least accompanied the penalty with an explanation of why the answer was wrong. If Kazuma-sama's father knew that the evidence was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial? If it were me, I would have protected my innocence until I was blue in the face. So, if we were right about the autopsy report, then there must be a strong reason for his silence. Hold on. Perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency? Ah! That could be it. Enough. Oh. I still don't know. What's clemency mean? Like reassurance?
Like a pardon is what they're saying. Wait, what? Like a pardon? Oh, you're here, Cercius. What's up, dude? I thought you said you weren't going to be here today. And it's not this either, right? Yeah. So on a trip, go do your thing, man. Go do what you gotta do. You gotta be here. Why are you here? Get here. To get some clemency? An exchange, huh? His silence was in exchange for what? The ring?
Take that!
You wanted that ring back so bad? No. Oh, damn, this is the first thing that's stumping me today. Today was going pretty smooth until this. I really have no idea. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been some sort of negotiation trap? Well, with who? Haven't I presented everything? It's not the ring. It's not the sword. It's not the autopsy. It's not the papers, which I really... I really did think that this was it. This goes beyond Gregson's death now, so all these don't matter. It's not the picture. I would have thought it's a picture. I think this is super important now, though. Yeah, I'm like still like super lost. I really don't know. This? Oh!
Take that!
I see. What? Wait, well, what did I just present? This is Vigil getting dismissed, right? All for like helping him? It's true that Genshin Isogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he had been sentenced to death. Although it's hard to believe that my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Certainly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here a dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. Note reads, there was indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. It says that. Oh my god. It's been so long since we got this. I forgot. It's been like a month. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Isogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence, he was given an assurance that he would have been breaking out of prison. And yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine that he would have kept very quiet. I would go further to say that, in fact, I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Isogi can be explained in no other way
Interesting. Order! What the fuck? First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy? Jailbreak conspiracy. Sorry, let me reread that. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence, now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course. It's all because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses. People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of prison after all these years. Oh, that won't be any problem, my lord. What?
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little, rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey and as a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that?
Oh, are you telling me? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in these witnesses. Make no mistake, I, too, would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Cool. Fucking, we're going through all the witnesses today. Is Lord Von Zeke still on stand?
He is.
Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Aye, Betty Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me gossip, but I sell jaunty tidbits to passerbys.
Your other persona, if you don't mind.
Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course.
No, it's Vigil, not Virgil.
I am the storm that is.
He just... He like, since he passed out, he has white hair, and he like comes through a portal and has a long sword. He brings a chair with him.
My name's Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Oh, the professor! We've already been through all this before. A decade ago. The conclusion was that there was nothing untoward that happened.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward.
Well,
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified when he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody's influence within the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Sogi out of the prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, capital punishment.
Gods, hold on there, laddies. All I was...
Witness of Governor Caden?
Aye, sir.
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Sogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. Don't do it again, please. My apologies, my lord. There's nothing disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. You will both testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well, let the witnesses give their formal testimonies. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Well, we're finally getting a visual side of the story. I didn't think we'd ever see him again.
It was the day the Japanese doc got found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I was assigned to convict the chief warden vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't think if there were any negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire.
A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that there was a jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I'd naken that.
You're saying you don't know?
Listen, there wasn't any thing about the professor case that was unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
I see. But the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office. Then one thing is very clear. As suspected. Yeah, I can't think of any other voice for him. Straight up. I was like, he's Scottish. He's an old Scottish dude. Or, well, I gave that voice to the detective, and I'm like, no one's gonna be this. And then they fucking put that exact stereotype in the game, and I'm like, well, it's okay. The detective's dead anyway, so... As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, me? What the fuck? Shit, dog. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examine? Absolutely. What the hell? I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Wait, make it about race. Very well, proceed, counsel. He's so tired of this shit. We're trying to convict him of fucking murder. And like, everything that's happened over the past 10 years. Oh, he's so fucking tedious, all of you. All you Japanese. It was the day that the Japanese jock got found guilty. A directive came directly from the prosecutor's office. That means someone from the prosecutor's office arranged it? What, like Von Zeeks? Who else is at the prosecutor's office that we know? It's just Von Zeeks and Clint, right? Well, why would Clint do it? He died. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive?
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
But if it was the prosecutor's office, that narrows it down to who could have issued it right away.
And it wasn't me. I can even say with certainty that it originated from the prosecutor's office.
What?
There is no telling where it started. There is a fair chance that it came from higher up in the ladder. Basically, I can't give you any indication about who was behind it.
You can't be serious. We can all say for sure that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
the likes of us on the ground, as it were. Then ain't bothered with idle speculation. We just get the job done.
Yeah. I assigned the convict to the... yeah.
Hold it!
So what's the plan?
So, Mr. Vigil, you don't know anything about it at all?
That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Poor man. You drew him to suicide. That's not good.
Alright then. Who else did know about the plan?
I've got no first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I would maybe be surprised if there are other folk in the prison service who would give a similar orders or whatever.
So many R's in that sentence.
So you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night that it happened, the person in the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens. Or Dr. Scythe, yeah.
Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Yeah, poor Vigil, man. He had to support a wife and I think a kid. And he got caught up in this. He had a really good job but that job fucking got him here. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I didn't know of any plot. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night?
Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before in his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head.
Hideous treatment. That fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who had taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
I believe that you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Yeah, you. Feel bad about it.
Lush, Vigil. I can apologize enough.
No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
Yeah, fucking make him feel it, dude. What else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? Adine can tell you. The convict and the prosecutor's office. Well, you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office in order to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation for this negotiation.
Aye, well, be that as it may, Adine can nothing about it.
He says Ken. I don't know what Ken is.
The witness stand is no place for telling you what you don't know for sure. I can that much I do.
I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So were you just following orders? Is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if it was condemned. It was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. Yeah. So that's what it's up to. That's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. I did all I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great Britain Empire. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
Aye, I did everything at the time.
As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after his escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do with getting the junk out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything that happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about it. Mr. Vigil, is there something wrong?
Oh, yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
He's saluting now? What is this? Some sort of Barclay convention? Okay. What Governor Caden was saying, just saying, seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? He has. Wait, that ring.
For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out all the memories from that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine the shooting of Mr. Isogi in the cemetery ever being part of the plan.
What makes you think that?
Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make a man admit to the crimes he didn't commit with the promise of jailbreak only to kill him in the end? That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him,
Why go through all the trouble?
why would there be any need for any of this
Chicaneries?
of an escape?
Yes, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with Isogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in the prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in the vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there was a wee matter that never quite made sense to me. What? If you believe there is some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at the top, it didn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony. Gods! Go on then.
Ooh, you're fucked. Ooh, you're strong heart.
It seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes, that's what he had to bargain with, surely. I can see that myself. After all, did the prosecution not have conclusive evidence against the Karali? Eh? This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy? There's every possibility that conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard in the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. That's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any bargaining of any kind. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet, the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. He must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So Sogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later.
I really don't think Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations.
But perhaps something compelled him to agree?
What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimatize such underhand dealings with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice.
I can't help feeling
There's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo.
No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what.
In that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem.
Okay. my controller. I want to eat a piece of chocolate so bad. My stomach's been rumbling for the past little bit, but I know I'm gonna fuck up my throat if I do that. I seriously will. He didn't have anything to bargain with?
Objection!
No, okay. Load. Go back. So it's not this. Well, he didn't have anything to bargain with. That's not true. He had his son. I don't know, actually. Do I present the papers?
Objection!
It is the papers. Wow. Confessing under oath to murders that he didn't commit to a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyways. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed that he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Heavens! The fellow couldn't have possibly had anything like that.
Well, you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Ow, fuck!
It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, did you, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that secret?
You can't touch me now!
Ah,
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of what that will through the through the bars of that convict's cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder.
Alright then, but what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is my only weapon I have left. Weapon. And after that convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it?
Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found.
As I understand, as an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered the prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
Jings, what the blazes are you blethering about? The will was found, right and proper, in the fella's cell where it should have been.
But how can that be? Where in his cell? We searched the place from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't do a proper job, you willy wally galoot.
You can't criticize me now.
I show it to you before, did I not? You're no lawyer.
Yes, you did. I have the documents here. It's written in Japanese and it reads, "The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi." Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What?
What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? Yeah. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison is far from above board. This is speculation again, isn't it?
the last vilification of the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the formal chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear.
Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real document? Don't tell me we know. Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago now. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself?
It's clear that Barkley is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's very clear that I'm gonna fucking pull a muscle on my thigh. Is your lordship going to gloss over these uncorroborable facts? Really? It's clear that some malicious negotiations took place.
What did you say?
Testify! Testify!
You heard him testify. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. I put my leg up to like cross my legs on my chair in the middle of that, and I started feeling my muscle fucking start, and I was like, uh-oh, and I had to put my leg back down, and that was happening during that, so I was like, oh, I was just gonna say it. I'm also eating a little bit of chocolate. I know it's gonna fuck me up later, but I need something in my stomach. All right. Let's lock in. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw in the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. Yes.
Yosogi papers.
As the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. He turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Asogi papers after the directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robes that was left in his cell. A kimono, it's called. They kept the kimono? Weird. They gave him a kimono?
Is kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true.
Were you not satisfied with me calling you a liar once? Eh? You wee
Waffinger? Waffinger.
Huh, there's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore.
Other than how the fuck is he doing that?
Other than the hold that you have over my cravat, or of course, is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared?
What is happening? Little and large. What a double act. We've compiled it with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer of our country has seen.
Yeah, of course he is. He fucking wants to kill both of them at this point. The judge, as he's killing everyone else.
And we're much obliged. I can confirm that my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye. You cannot deny the handwritings that is that of your old man, eh? Yes. There is no mistake that it is my father's brushwork.
You know, honestly, I'm thinking of ending stream soon. How much more of this trial do I have? I don't know how much longer I can go. I should have ended at the to be continued earlier. But I'm 1 mega tired and 2 mega hungry. I'll see how much longer I can go. Maybe things will happen.
Really?
No, I think, but either way, I think I'm just gonna keep going. Yeah, I should. I really should. Like, you should too, but... I'll see how it goes. And his last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? And dinner, yeah. I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. You woke up at 4. Go back to sleep. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Should I just stop now then? Before I do this cross-examination? I think this will be a long one. The thing is, I do want to, like, I want to finish this today. Maybe I do another stream. I was thinking about doing this. 5, actually. Didn't you say 4 earlier? You said 4. Don't you actually me? When you... The receipt is right there. Fucking... That is the sighing emoji. Okay, here's the plan. I'm probably pretty close to the end here. But like I said, I'm pretty tired, so I might just end stream here. But instead of going and talking about things, I'm just gonna end stream. This VOD will be privated for reasons. I do need to do some things, but don't stop. don't get fucking like don't do that. But yeah, I do have to do some things. So should I just end here? Yeah, I can just end here. I did save, right? Yeah. So I'll end stream. I'll be privated. So if it's not gonna be here for a bit. But yeah, I gotta. Not funny. I don't like it. I don't like it when people do that. I keep saying this to you, but you don't listen. Seriously. It comes off as very obnoxious. But yeah, I will end stream. I will come back, play some more and finish the game. And it's just really, I'm just tired. And yeah. That's the plan. So I'm just gonna end stream. So go do what you gotta do. I'm gonna go eat and sleep. Yeah? Yeah. Cool. Alright. Thanks for stream. Yeah. Maybe I'll be back later. Or maybe this week's the week where I do like 4 streams in a row or whatever the heck. Do a stream tomorrow. Why not? To finish. Yeah. Alright. Deuces, guys. Give me 1 second.